Ah! My camera's broken. Again, I just fixed you. Well, hello there. We'll fix that in just a second. As soon as I make sure that things are okay and working and happy and all that. Unless it fixes itself in the meantime. Probably won't. It's been a pain in the butt past 2 days. Okay. I think we're good. Let's fix you. Yeah, jerk. And it broke. Okay. Unplug. Plug in. And I also do that. Okay. Now, let there be not a blur. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So, I also need to do this. Apparently my camera is broken again. Cool. It's gonna be one of those days, apparently. Da-da-da. This thing may be dying. That might be why. There. That might be why it's been a pain. I've had it for a long time. Okay. That done. This we need to get fired up. Let's do that. All right. A little bit less loud. So we got Draggable working for tiles. We need to go do the room form next. And then all the other little to-dos and things. We got rooms looking lovely over there in the corner. Need to fix that performance if we can. I'll have to look at that. So we can now, let's delete you. Make sure that should we confirm before we delete there? Yes, I think I already have a ticket for that. But we can put you in there. You come back in, you don't have connections. We can put you in here. We can apply. It doesn't overwrite connections, which is what I want. I don't want it to. I think we're looking pretty good here. We need a warning there, obviously, but okay. We'll do that to reload it back to what's actually in the file. We also need to do the pieces that actually commit the changes to the file and all that good stuff. Okay. Get that open. We need to go over to the... It's going to be in the tile sidebar stuff still. Not template bar. We're going to pull this, actually. Hang on. We're going to delete that so it's not a change. We're going to pull this out. It shouldn't be under widgets. It should be under screens, basically, at the root here. And that's going to break this, and that's fine. We'll go fix you. That goes away. Refactoring doesn't seem to work very well when it's a folder. Should have done that one at a time or something. Whatever. We'll just go fix it. Import. Import. Get rid of the old ones. Okay. That's actually done now, too. Okay. I think... no tests are broken? I don't think so. We'll just make sure. Oh, there's a new Flutter available. Cool. I wonder what they did. Let's go on a little quick side quest. Release notes. Okay, all of our tests are passing. Good. Love that. Move the tile data sidebar up to root. It is a screen, not a widget. It is more of a screen. Than a widget. Like, it's a widget, but kind of think of it more like a screen, right? Let's go see. I assume it'll be this. No date on you. What is the... oh, it's dash dash. 3385. Is there minor versions in here? I guess not. Do. Yeah, this was in November. Huh. All right, well. Just curious now. Let's see, this was... yeah, that's old. Check their blog, I suppose. Announcements? November. Huh. I guess they maybe just don't do. Do we have to go... like, it doesn't matter really, but I'm just curious. We have to go look at the repo? And... like, no... releases. Okay, well, whatever. We'll do that later. All right, so now that I've been squirreled, Get you. Tile form, yes. Tile data sidebar, room data form. You... I think we just wrapped... Let's, that's the connection template. We're done with that for now. Room template, we're done with that for now. I believe... Yeah, we just had to accept draggable here. Same way we did over there. And we wrapped the whole thing? We did wrap the whole thing. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing, basically. I see no reason not to. Let's see here. We went all the way to the mouse region? I don't have... We added a mouse region for the feedback, right? So we go like that. We don't have expanded in here because these guys don't shrink. We do need, this needs to be a room template. Or is it room, yes, room template. Import you. Accept draggable. We need to put in an accept draggable. This is going to be the same. Okay, we need to pull these out. Because I forgot we reused that here. And this is going to be incorrect now because we don't have... Wait, no, this is correct. I must have already updated it. But we want to have this in the same place. So we'll pull that out here in just a second. For right meow, let's go ahead. It was in the... It was in the room tiles. Which lives in here. So we'll copy this one because it's going to be the same until we pull it out. We'll just get you working first. We're going to need to close 2 more containers. Nope. Let's see here. Drag target. Ah, that's why. So mouse region needs to be closed. And then we need to close. There's drag target. Is it that way around? And then you need that. No? I'm confused. Container form. Here's the mouse region. Container form column. Drag target. There we go. All right, you... We don't do that in this one. Ooh, that means we can't... We can't reuse that exact same thing. Because of that tile set. I remember that now. That's room. See what else we got here that's missing you. Except draggable expects 2. Ah. I don't need map state anymore here because I'm not doing anything with map state. Oh wait, no, I am. Why do I not have you over here? We have map state in the class. Why didn't I do that over here in the tile? Because I don't have... Ah. Because you're built in the build, but over here... Over here, you're in the class because we do other stuff. You're a late. I don't know if I love that, but we'll leave it for now. Okay. I wonder if there's a better way. Maybe we will leave them because of that, because they're different now. I think that's why we ended up not reusing them in the first place. It's probably okay. They are different objects. Hopefully I'll remember in the future to double check any changes. But now we get that. And it's anywhere in the whole thing. But I actually don't want it to be over those guys. Because those guys should accept that. And they do. So we actually want to take this mouse region stuff. And the drag target. This is a column that has everything. Crap. Okay. So we might need to tweak this a little bit for ease of interaction. This is a container. It has a column. If we split these guys up into 2 separate columns, so we end at here for the parent column, and then we have that, and that's fine, and then we have that, and that's fine. Our UI should be the same, and it appears to be, so we're good there. But what we can do is move this we want to go all the way up to here. So this returns a container again. And then our... let's get rid of these guys really quick. Because it'll be broken. If we save now, it'll move it for us. And then we can put this around this column only. And then at the end of this column, right here, we can do that. I think that's the column. Oh, we need to close the other fella. There we go. And then give it a chance to refresh here. Connections. Ooh, that still does that. Why would you be... You need to fix the location too, but I don't love the way that feedback works. Let's see here. We need to do... This column needs... This guy needs to come down into this column where it matters, which will fix our location and that. This guy... Drag target. Is there an opacity on this as well? Hit test behavior. Oops, wrong place. Hit test behavior. Opaque, right? No. It's my mouse region, actually. This needs to be translucent. That's what it needs to be. The still overrides when we're over those. Just make sure we have everything applied here. I don't believe that to be the case. The problem? Yeah, no. That fixes some of it. We need to... You also, I think, need... Need to be translucent, I think. No. Like, it works, just the feedback sucks. Okay, so... Given that... This didn't do anything for us, we're going to take it out. And just make sure... Like, it's pretty well covering that area. I don't think making this opaque is going to fix it either, but let's try it. Yeah, it's still... This is just for the cursor. It's driven by this. I guess I could... Let's take that out since it's not doing anything. I could go into my form fields here. And... could I do... Is there a way for me to change the hit test z-axes of things? Bum 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 bum. Z-axis of a widget in Flutter. Do 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 do. Overlays and overlay entries. That doesn't help me. There is ignore pointer as a thing. I don't want to do that though. I guess just crazy thoughts here. This should be valid because if you're dragging, and we do ignoring is valid drag, let's just say, then it should be ignoring while we're valid. Okay, yeah. Except for we don't... We need to make sure on leave, but also on accept. We need to make sure we reset that. So good. And then we're back to being able... Okay, we can do that. That's fine. We actually want to do that... These guys... See, this sucks. This works correctly. But it doesn't tell you that, hey, you can't drop that here. And how do we handle it if we were to, let's just say, delete all of these guys? So you don't have any connections. Then I have no drop target. Crap. So you could drop it onto an existing connection, no probs. Boom, done. So we're kind of back to the bad feedback problem, right? Unbeknownst to us, we had identified a problem yesterday. We need to switch on the type, basically, to figure out how to give feedback. The other thing we could do... is accept both and then do the logic down here, figure out if it's a connection, go through our connections on the tile, update that, set it to expanded, all that. So we could do all that logic. I don't want it to be touchy, though, to where, like, if you were to sloppy, like you wanted to update this and you were sloppy and you like drag it to here, I don't want that to override everything, which would be like the default behavior of dragging in a connection. Or we could just say we don't support dragging into empty. You got to build your connections because otherwise it connects everything, and you probably don't want that, right? That's not a common use case, I don't think. Or we'd have to do like a modal saying which directions, and it starts to suck, right? It gets overly complicated for what we're trying to accomplish. We also, in the case of having no connections, we need an add button here. Let me note that down, because we do need to add that. That is important. We can just do in progress here. Editor. Tile data. Oh, I filtered. I didn't add. You silly. Editor. Tile data. Pane. For room tiles, add a button to add new connections. And we need to do that even if there are connections in there. So we got to figure out how we want to do that. Like maybe a plus next to this. We'll think about it. So problems, right? This is still crappy. And we discovered that if we take the type out, oops, not rooted, room template. We discovered that if we take the type out, we have problems because this doesn't actually fire, right? Oop. Connection. Yeah, you don't fire at all. Unless these are both template bar, room template, list view, no, not list view, view. We have to take types off of both of these, I believe. Actually, hang on. Connection template, view. Do we have to take it off? Well, ultimately we'd have to take it off both, but draggable connection template, right? Then dragging a connection in. Still doesn't fire. Hang on, let me make sure we have current data in here. Everything gets reloaded. Connections. Yeah, it still doesn't fire. So we would need to... It must figure itself out. And if I take you out just for curiosity's sake, would I have to do... Okay, firing with a room. Not firing with connections. Whoops. Fires for that all day long. How is it defining or determining? It must like... I'm confused as to how it's determining that. Are you not a draggable details? Drag target details. Okay, fires. Get that running really quick. Yeah, nothing fires there. Creates a widget that receives drags. On leave, on move. On accept, on will accept. On accept with details. Is it because... Just for funsies. Do I have to cast again if I do that? Looks like not. I note that all of these are saying room template. Oh, because... No. Right here. Build context. Can I dynamic you? Okay. I forgot there was a builder involved in this. Now... Okay. Now it fires. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Next question. If I do this again, just for curiosity's sake, then it doesn't fire. Interesting. Okay. But we needed to fire regardless, right? So we take that out. And here we can say, like we were trying to yesterday, if it's a template, we can print valid. Wrong braces. Invalid, right? So you should be invalid and you are. Okay. And then you are valid. Brilliant. Love that. Now, how do I want to do this? We can try making this nullable again. Because we have the rest of these pieces working now. So cursor becomes, if you're null, or rather if you're not null, then we do that. If you're valid, we do that. Otherwise, system mouse cursors forbidden. Otherwise, if it is null, then we do that. This is if it's not null and it's true. Actually, it's only if this is not null. Well, yeah. So we get our yes, you can symbol here. A little bit of a performance lag there. And then our connections, we do not get. Because this, I believe. No. Oh, because we didn't finish. That's why. This goes in here. Should be a copy, not a cut. You false, return false. So we get our forbidden, then you're good. We get our accepted. We should also do That's a column. That's not what I was thinking it was. Let's just do a child container around you. Oops. Needs to go further. Needs to go there. This is the whole area. And if this is not null, theme of context, color scheme, surface, container, high. Otherwise, no. That way it shows your draggable area. I would probably like you to have a little bit of padding around this as opposed to the whole column if I'm going to do that. And then you also still show. Yeah, that's better UI, right? Better feedback. Okay. And then you, for curiosity's sake, can I move you back to being typed just for the sake of sanity? I can. It's the draggable that we need to just ignore. Just not specify, rather, the type. So let's go back here. You can stay the same as well. We'll do all of our handling in the draggable. Just want to make 100% sure that I'm not getting bamboozled here by the hot reload. So positive, yes. And then negative. Yes. Good. Could we do something to be more explicit about what the problem is? Maybe? Is it worth doing? Maybe? We're gonna put that off a little bit. What I want to do right meow is I'm gonna put this around this, and then take out this container entirely. I don't think I'll need you. Now that's going to break my connections thing, but it's fine. That'll make this much better. Right? Now, connections. Speaking of you, I'm going to put you into your own container, because then I can do this. You were just lost you. Where'd you go? Symmetric, 30 on the horizontal. So 15. Wait, I think 30 is both sides, but maybe that's okay. Maybe we let them be a little bit fatter. Let's see if we like it better with or without. I like it better with. Yeah, we're going to leave it there. Do we still need the top? And the bottom for that matter? Let's find out. I don't need the top. Do I need the bottom? Probably. It's a little bit nicer to have it scooched just a hair. But also my connections is no longer sent. Well, it wasn't centered before. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Now, I think yeah, we're just going to say that you're not allowed to drag connections in unless you're targeting a specific one. That's what we're going to go with. Shoop, you're not a connection. And it highlights to say, hey, you're trying to drop it on this, not this. That is good. So we're going to commit this. We're going to change this cursor around too. We're going to fix that up to do the same behavior. And we're going to do the same thing for these guys. Because it's way better feedback, right? I'm glad I figured that out. I'm glad I hit this problem. But make room forms. Yeah, room forms except room template drag. Updates. Okay, so my coffee is just about cold and empty. If I drink it now, it'll still be lukewarm. I'm going to make more coffee, and I'm going to use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back, and then we're going to go get this UX improvement for feedback implemented in these other places. Here, here, all everywhere, right? All right, be right back. There we go. Coffee achieved. Let's see here. What can we do? Let's start with the tile forms, I guess. Tile sidebar, tile form. No, we put you on connection data form because you are the same widget. We just laid you out differently. All right, so we do. We're about to do that. Matter of fact, this becomes that. We need to also make sure you are dynamic. This needs to be. Let's just do target details if data is connection template, then we do that. Else, we also need to make this nullable. We do that. Valid drag. Set state, valid drag, false, return false. This we null if drag target details data is connection template, we accept it. You, if you're not null, hang on. So if you're not null, this needs to be valid drag. Otherwise, and you can't be null here. We just checked you. System mouse cursors copy. Otherwise, system mouse cursors forbidden. Otherwise, defer. Getting into gross long ternaries. That in the right place, it'll help. This actually is just if that's not null. Why do we have, oh, because, yeah, okay. Because for the collapsed version as well. Defer, null, whatever. Same difference. Wait. Mouse region, cursor. What? That highlights, that's correct. Why do I have two? Oh, because it's on the button. Right. Can I, out of curiosity, is that required? No, it's not. Unless I'm getting bamboozled. We need it for the collapsed version, probably, sure. But this covers, yeah. I think we just copied yawn button up and did that when we shouldn't have. This does need to be probably set for this fella here, though. Mouse cursor. Forbidden, else, defer. Did I miss something? I did. Oh. Duh. Okay, anywho. So that should take care of this. And I need to make sure it's nulled on. I think that's fine. Like, if you're dragging up there, whatever, you know. I need to make sure that gets nulled out on an accept. Actually, either case. Either way, when we drag and drop, need to null you. And reset that. Gets nulled. Perfect. Let's get our ignore region up as well. And I think we can get you around this. Like so. Nope. Form? Form is down there. Oh, it's because container wraps the whole thing. Okay. We can put you... Oh, yeah, right. Because that is the whole thing as opposed to the expanded. There we go. And then we'll say... If this is not null, then we are ignoring the pointer. So we can get our good, and that actually fixes that too. Perfect. Love that. Do we need... Nah, I think we're good there. And then connection, still good. And this should not allow us to... Yeah, no change of the cursor. Because we are in the middle of dragging. We need to decide what we're doing about it before. Okay. I think that is going to take care of the connection data form. Prove UX for drag and drop on connection data form. Let's do our tiles now. Take you out. Convert you to nullable first and foremost. Drag target details, if details data is room template. We do these things, else that. We null you on leave. Drag target details. If details dot data is room template, we do that. Either case, we null ya. If you're not null, we make that decision. Otherwise, actually, no, wrong. If you're not null, then we say, are you valid? If you are that, otherwise, system mouse cursors dot forbidden. Otherwise, defer it. Don't think we need a... we don't need to ignore for you. I think other than the builder that we need to fix, I think we're good. I've got that flipped around though. Val drag should be null. Val drag is true. False. Null. We null you. Cursor is not correct. You're not null. Oh, I need to rebuild because it will not have been initialized with null. It'll be initialized with false. There we go. Okay, we're valid. And we're not valid, but we're still highlighted. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Prove QX for drag and drop on room tile. Now for connection tiles. Do we have to do all of you? Ugh, we do. That's fine. Can do this in a batch. It'll be a little bit squished, but that's all right. Okay. Here we go. Valid drag is nullable and initialized to null. Like so. Drag target. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. You were too far up. I guess you're all different. That's annoying. Oh well. Can I do this? I can't. Oh well. Drag target details. Drag target details, details. Drag target details, details. If data is connection template, we do these things. And actually, I could just do else. If I could type the right words, valid drag is false, turn false. Oop, got too many things. There we go. There we go. Saves them. Drag target details. If fails, data is connection template. Valid drag is null. I can just replace you. Yes, I could probably like try to pull this out into a widget, but I don't think I want to. We need to make sure that we null these. Oh, I did this one wrong. Hang on. That one. There we go. We null you on the leave as well. All right. If you're not null, valid drag. Forbidden. Otherwise, that guy. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Make sure our builder, which we put up here for some reason on this one, dynamic. 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 This is hovered or valid drag is not null. We need to rebuild, so that all gets initialized. Rooms, not allowed. Highlight. Connections, allowed, and highlight. Dropping good. Clears the highlighted state. Dropping good. Clears the highlighted state. All right, I think we're good on those guys. We'll get back to less chaotic mess. A little more room to breathe. Just double check all three. Yes. Prove feedback UX for drag and drop on connection tiles. Okay. I'm really pleased with that, actually. That's a very good. Glad I was able to get that in. I was trying yesterday and being flummoxed. Okay. So, templates done. Do we want to do this? We could do... So for moving, it'd just be a draggable on this guy, right? Which currently dragging moves the thingamajigger. Which I think I can disable. I think. Do I want to? Is sort of the question. I have all the pieces. I would either have to make a template on the fly, which is not a huge deal, or accept a room tile directly as a drop, which again is not a huge deal. And the same for the connection tiles. As long as they're the same, I do like the idea of being able to say, you know what, this one's in the wrong spot. I want to move this one there, right? That seems like a good experience. Okay, so let's play with this idea. Let me do this really quick. Get that out of there. The thing, you see, is this guy. Scroll configuration. If we take the drag devices out, it still does that. Oh, that's going to be a hot reload issue. 98% sure. Yeah. Then you just have to scroll. We would have to either give it a modifier or just say that's not allowed. And I'm inclined to think that just saying not allowed is kind of what we want in this case. It was a good thing to have, sort of, but I won't need that anymore. We've kind of grown beyond. I would rather have drag and drop, I think. We do need to put a confirmation dialog on this if it's dropped. Well, not really. And it's also going to fix our problem with the clicks being accidental drags, right? Because if you were a little bit sloppy and clicking fast, it wouldn't work. And now... like, you gotta really try to be too sloppy. Yeah, that's better. I like it betterer. Okay. I think that's actually gonna fix a bug I opened up for myself. So we do that. Then what we need is to put on the tile, make it a draggable. Is that going to be a problem, I wonder? Let's start with rooms. Not the model, please, the tile. And then let's look at our template bar, room template, view. Because it's going to be the same as this guy if we decide to go this route. Just that. Wait, no. That. Child is going to go around the whole thing. So it would be this. And then we need to close the draggable first. Like so. This. I have tile data. So we can do a new room template. I think UUID should be nullable. No, it's required. That's fine. Tile data, yes. Dot description. Can't be null. No? Oh, tile data can't be null. I guess we need to say how do we tell it not to be draggable if it's not? Oh, okay, yeah, this is fine. This right here. If it's null, drag target 0, otherwise no. It's a little bit weird, but that's fine. We need to pull in this, which now that we're using it more and more and more, makes me think we need to pull that out. And then icon size will live with it. For right meow, just while we see if we want to go down this route, we're just going to copy pasta. It's fine. Okay. Room description. Verbose, that's what you are. UID, name, object, room, verbose. Don't care about the object, it's temporary. So you could do that. And that would result, boop, let me just do this. Make sure it's rebuilt. In that being draggable. But that won't bring connections with it. Do we want to bring... No. You can bring them along manually if you so choose. Except for they're going to be broken when we move you away, too. The other thing... Is there a way to rubber band box select in Flutter? This might get into later on custom, super custom widget type things, right? Look, we probably have to do... Right now we're working just with the widgets that are off the shelf because we don't want to devote the time to it, right? To really dig in. We want to get back to developing the engine and to get to a game. Flutter. How about box select? Selectable region. So there's some stuff for this already, it seems. We might punt this because, okay, so this is new functionality anyway, and we're really trying to get back to parity with the old editor. But let's say we delete the connections from where it's going away from, right? And we put you here. Then we still have to go through all of these connections and attach them to here. Because this connection right here actually lives on this tile. So we'd have to go through all of these guys and update them, pull that over, all that good stuff. Which is fine, because we have both objects in our paws, in theory, right? We do. So we could do that. But is that the desired behavior, right? Or do you want to bring your connections with you? In which case we have to update all the connections on this box to go over to there. Maybe that's fine, actually. Because we can just update tile on it. We can call delete on this tile in the map object, right? The map controller. We delete you and we update you. And as long as we swap the connections into here before we delete, or before we update, it should be okay. It's still extra functionality, but it just seems nice, you know? We would need to, instead of this, though, put in room data instead. Which is also not the end of the world, right? Tile data is what we called you. That would be fine. We just need to accept it in the room tile. Which is conveniently right here. So this could be template drag. We could have another that accept tile drag. And then what we do we can still have the apply. Well, no, because we have to be destructive here. So we'd probably do like a modal pop-up. Probably be okay. So, what we would do, let's start with the new tile. Or the drug in tile. We also have to be careful because well, no, these guys have a destination that is just a point. This we need to guard and say like so, and we've guarded that. We could also just do this. Could I just do that? Otherwise, we go through the connection list, right? And we say actually we clear you. And we don't even have to go through you. We just say we just add all connections, right? And then I don't think we need to set state in here, actually, come to think of it. Because this guy's going to... Well, I guess we do, because... there's no listener notification that goes out when we reach in there like that. We could do, like, an update or something helper. And maybe we should. One thing at a time, though. So we do that. And we would have to do that. But delete selected tile has to get called. So maybe we don't even bother with that. We have to do this before. Oh no, because of that. We would need state to know how to delete a non-selected tile. Which we could do. We would just need to do not that, but this. We would not do that. Is there any point in pull? Well, yeah, because we need to be able to pull. So we need to do this. We clear the connection. Right, yes, that makes sense. And then we don't do that. So we do that. You just become delete tile, selected tile. That way we don't have multiple different things to maintain, right? Funky noises. We'd have to do this. Oh, I'm not selected, just delete tile. Which would be fine. Oh gosh, I'm blurry again. How long have I been blurry for? Oh gosh, let me fix ya. Probably been blurry since I got back and I was totally not paying attention to OBS. Okay. I need more screen. Got my UI up over my face. There we go. Or my editor UI, that is. Okay. So we would do that still. And then we would just remove that. Because we still need to behave a little differently on this selected tile case. So we just do that. Then delete tile, draggable, right? I want to make sure I don't nuke my reference to it, though. Then I set you selected to draggable. Right. And then save tile changes? Is that all I need to do? Except for wire up this. Room data. You become a switch. Case. Room template. We do this. Case. Room data. Accept tile drag. Map state. Default is just to ignore it. That's fine. Would that work? Feel like I'm overlooking something. Oop. I just drug you by accident. And it nuked it. Null check operator used on a null value because of our target, I think. Let's fix that. We need to check and make sure we're not dropping on ourselves. There we go. It didn't update. Oh, it's because our selected tile. Oh no, we didn't do that. Tile data is null. Set it to draggable. Ah, it's because that. So this only needs to actually happen. Okay. Otherwise, we can just cave and pave, right? Think. Let's find out if I'm crazy or not. So if you're null. Oop, I just drug. This needs to be like a long press drag. Let's do that. There is long press draggable. Yes. Okay, let's do that. Otherwise it gets crappy. Okay. Why are you not? 'Cause I need a delay. What is that noise? I don't know what that noise is. And I've become blurry again. Really, camera? Really? Really? Why have you decided to become such a pain in my butt? There. Annoying. Okay. Milliseconds, like half a second. Just enough to... I gotta rebuild it then. Do. Okay. It didn't delete that. And it didn't put it there. Okay. So I'm incorrect in this. This needs to be... Well, no, this isn't even getting run. Because our tile data is null. We should test dragging onto an existing one just for... Okay, that's very broken. And we get parent offset. Okay. So... Because we modified... Okay. We're going to clone you to start with. This is going to become our new tile. We delete you, the old guy. New tile goes down. Save. Right? Save tile changes. Selected tile is not null. We did select set you selected. New tile, except we need to set the location correctly. Except for they are going to be null. We could do that. Except for that. We'd have to do that. Would that be okay? Null is not a subtype of type room data in type class. Typecast. It's thrown here. Update connection data. How to update. It's because you're not in. You should be, though. Why are you updating that? Oh yeah, because both of them need it, right? But we should have already added. Should have already added it to the map at that point. Breaks there too. Because of that, which we intentionally did. We probably need to take that out. I guess we could. Just overwrite it. Oh, but that's final, right? I'm not opposed to letting it overwrite. We need to be careful that we notify that we're doing that, but let's finish figuring out why this breaks on the null case. So that should be the simple one. So, updating the connection tile, parent tile. It's because you got borked. We'd have to do this in the other way around, I think. So we put you in place and then we delete so that we can do all of the needed steps. Unless I'm misremembering, which I might be. It's kind of a complicated critter. Okay. Room data location is not the same as the existing. Okay. But we did... Two one is not the same as the existing 3-2, but we should have... Oh, are you not null because we dropped on you? I have questions. We need to debug. Mr. Zed! How's it going today? Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, everybody. How's all of the everything? Okay, so if we drop... Going good. How's the mud going? Oh, it's going pretty good. We're getting the editor into a good shape. We're pretty close to done with the editor. We need to do some user feedback stuff. Actually, let me stop this and we'll restart so we can talk about what we're doing in regular mode here. So we've got Yawn Map Editor, and we can see all of our map, and this is the test map, so everything's all connected. And we can come in here and we can delete rooms. We can take connections and we can throw them away as well. And we have these templates here so that you could set up a basic connection that you wanted to reuse. And then you'd be able to come in here and reconnect the rooms. We hit apply, boom, everything gets set up. You can also override these guys. Let's say we wanted to just override it with this template. Boom, we can add that. Things have been changed, right? We can also have rooms spring into existence from a template, right? Map editor things. And we can also overwrite them or create them from here, right? That's all well and good, but it would be kind of nifty to be able to also click and drag to relocate a room. That is the part that I'm working on right now. If it doesn't become a mess. If it does, I might kick it down the road a little bit. It's kind of an extra, but it seemed like a nice thing to have. Okay, so back to where we were. When I drag you into an empty room, see what we got going on here. Widget tile data is null. Okay, that's correct. So we should skip that. We go down there. Famous last words. Wouldn't it be cool if, right? Looks great though. Well, thank you. I think we have a decent UX starting here for building. Okay, so we come in here and our new tile location gets set, right? New tile location is 2-1 now. Perfect. We set the selected tile, we save it, and then we have an issue. New tile. Existing tile location is 3-2. Why would you be 3-2? You should be 2-1. You are 2-1. It's because we looked you up. Ah, crap. We looked you up by your ID. And we found where you were. And we're like, hey, that's not where you live. Hmm. I think I want to kick this down the road. I don't want to do this yet. That's what I think. It's going to take some doing, and that's fine. It wouldn't be the end of the world. But I don't want to get bogged down in that because I think that I'm going to outgrow this widget anyway when I start using it. But I might not. We'll see, right? I may or may not need to write a completely custom widget to display this. Right now we're using widgets out of the box. And we'll see how far we get. So, let me update my notes here for that. And where did I put you? This is done. And we'll chuck you over here. We'll say you're for the map. Add, drag, drop functionality for room and connection tiles to other tiles of like kind. Question marks? We'll evaluate that at a later date. You are, yeah, I don't want you. Let's see, we're done the controller. We are going to kick that down the way. We do need to add confirmations, though. We don't want to just willy-nilly delete, or do we? Because nothing gets written right now until you hit save. What's more annoying? Needing to throw away... We need a reset button too, but what's more annoying? Needing to throw away all the work you've done since you last saved, or getting a pop-up every time you try to delete something? We want to be the least annoying. The real answer is probably to build like an undo system, but that's, again, a whole bunch of work, and I want to procrastinate that a little bit. That's what I think. Yeah, let's not. Let's kick that down the road as well. It's lower priority. I'll make myself a note, though. Editor. Map. Probably want an undo system for making map edits. Okay. Let me double check what else we got here in the old to-do list. Warning when overwriting, I think, is going to have the same answer, is that we just need an undo instead of a annoying pop-up every time. We're going to delete you. Delete item. That's the same one. We just talked about that. The deleting. We do need a button for new connections in the room. How do we want to do that? We could put... Let's go look at our room form here. There's a couple things that I don't like. I don't like that these are indented when they're read-only. So we probably need to put them into like a form that's disabled, a text form field that's disabled, so they look better. And then I got to figure out how to want to do the adding of connections. I almost want... Oh, that's broken. Oh, no, no, sorry. It's not. It's because it's not applied. I do think I want... I think I want to put the delete button back on the connections, connection buttons, because that was sort of a bad experience right there, just trying to delete them, right? So maybe they go on the other side here. And then maybe at the end of the list, there's an add new. Or maybe it's at the start of the list. Let's get the delete buttons in first, and then we'll kind of look at it and think about it a little bit. That is going to be over in our tile data sidebar. Connection data form. Because your stage for deletion, we did put deleted in there. Maybe we'll do that so that it's less confusing. Label text. That's fine. Drag target. We want to be down in the collapsed here. We've got our text fella. Icon button, maybe? Keep going on. I intend to. Delete forever outlined. Let's just see how we think that feels. It's not terrible. I think I would like a little bit more room between it and this would need to be, no, padding on the right only, top and bottom. That would be a little bit nicer because this comes with some padding. I would like you to be, what did we use down here in my expanded for the button? We used, it's a floating action button is what we used. And that should have an override on the border and all that. So if we actually just use the same everything, how do we feel about that? Oop, I broke everything. Why would that break everything? You should be small, you should be floaty. We expand these other guys. Hero widget cannot be a descendant of another hero widget? What? Is that a hot reload issue? I don't think so, but I've been bamboozled before. Yeah, no, she broke. She broke real good. What would be a hero widget? I have questions, Flutter. I have questions. Oh. They're buttons. They're all... Okay. This is already a floating action button. I can't use another floating action button inside of you. What if I did an icon button filled? Icon is required. Hang on. You get renamed to icon. Well, I hate that. That's the answer to that question. Let's go back to icon button. I mean, it's not awful. I would like, I think... What do we got going on here? Oh, I missed a follow. Well, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Apparently my noises to myself are not working. Why? I'll have to fix that later. Let me make myself a note. A to-do, if you will. So that I can thank people properly when it happens. Twitch alert monitor sound. Fix it. Okay. You're not overflowing anymore. Stop freaking out. I don't think I have the ability. I can do color, I can do focus color and hover color to make it stand out a little bit better. Do we like error container? No. Not at all. How about on error container? Like, my options are to either use the same widget and build my own thingy. Oh, here's an idea, though. Y'all are just in an expanded. What if... Okay, you gotta stop. You gotta stop freaking out. What if I take you out? That's a row inside a button. That's fine, right? What if instead of this expanded... Well, actually, we're already in a row. We're already in this row with a spacing and some children, inside of which we have an expanded with a floating action button. What if I put my small delete button in front of you? Save that. You don't appear at all? Why not? Expanded. You should have some. How is map going on? It goes. It goes. Where did you go? Did I put you someplace crazy? Do you not have a size? Let's take a look. Well, that's weird. Are you in a stack? Are you in your parent stack? Is that disable that real quick? No, it doesn't look like it. Let me put this back to where it was really quick. Ah. It hadn't reloaded. Okay. So there would be that. And then if we put... If I put you in an expanded, would you grow tall and match the size? No, you would not. There is, however... This one is specifically small. If we don't make you small, do you line up better? Ooh, you do. Okay. We could do that. I think I prefer you to be on the right if that's the case. And then I think I prefer a little bit more padding just for visual balance there. That's not bad. That won't put them into this, though. It would, because we changed this widget. That's right. It's a very saturated red, though. Let's do, instead of that, why don't we do this red? That would be better, right? Kind of match more the sort of paler colors of the container, right? And this is just the default theme, but these principles should theoretically still apply. We'll see once we get around to theming. But for now, we did error. What were you? You'd be on the parent form. No, you wouldn't. This is a tile, that's why. This isn't the form. We need to be in... Where did I put that? Where do you live? Take me there. You live here. Tile data. Okay, right, you're on the parent. That makes sense. Okay. Color scheme, on error. But the container, color scheme error. Okay. So if we did error, that would make them paler. And this is on error. That's too light. I liked it better this way. Alright. We'll leave it like that until I can think of something else I would rather do. That's what I think. Okay. Let's commit that. Add delete buttons to the list of connections when they are collapsed. Okay. And then I've totally derailed myself. What was I actually doing before I realized this was an awful experience? Double check here. Add new connections. That's what I was doing. Yes. Add new connections. I could do... Oh yeah, I was going to fix this too. Let's do that first. I'm thinking I might just do like a little plus icon over here, a little bitty button. That's going to make me replace this widget, but that's fine. I could just add a little plus icon to it if you give me like a function, a callback. Could do that. Oh, that brings up another interesting question, though. If I change this to have an indent, that's going to change the width of this. Do I want that? Let's find out. I'll have to just see. But actually, let me take a quick break to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. And then we'll figure out what I want to do with that. Be right back. All right. Hey, my camera didn't freak out. Okay, so we need to put you into... Bum, 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 bum. Let's take a look. So we have our... Well, you're just in a container. You're not even in... Where did my... Oh, because it's on the parent. This one is on these guys. This one specifically is going to be on the room. location, and then down here, sidebar form field in label is connections, and then it's just a column. Sidebar form field has that, and then the child. If it exists. I could do like a function to build the widget. I could wrap this. Oh, not there. Duh, because it's a padding. It can only have one child. So I could put the whole column inside of the padding, and then I would need to get rid of that, and then put a close around there. Oh, you need a child text, that would help. If you don't have a label, then you just skip that. So we could do that. And that lines everything up. We lose our gap between them. We used to have... So, spacing 10 to put that back in. I think I like that better. Everything lines up so much nicer. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, actually, we should take a look at... This doesn't even have it. Okay, that's fine. These all line up nicer. Yeah, we're going to do that for sure. And that fixes all these other problems where these guys looked wonky in comparison to this. Let's go with that. Pad, align the sidebar form field labels with contents better. That's fine and dandy. And now that we've done that, we could say we could put a row in here. Well, no, actually I lied. It would go inside of the column. It would go around the label. Like so. And then here, not spacing, it's main axis alignment, space between, right? So that wouldn't change anything if there's not a widget here, but we can say optional function add item callback, let's just say. Right? And then we can say here, if this is not null, then we can add, let's not do a floating action. Let's do an icon button. small? No, there's no small for icon. On pressed would be our add item callback. We just do an icon add. I don't need the if there, I don't think. No, I do need it. I can't do that in this one. I need to do a ternary inline like this because Flutter reasons. Like that. So that wouldn't change anything like this up until I come in here and I go to the connection data form. Ooh, no, but that's on the parent. We don't have anything to add here either. We could bring one in, though. That wouldn't be hard. But we have a label, we have a child, and we have a add item callback. Let's just say. And that would give us a little plus only on that one. Obviously, right now it doesn't do anything, but we can certainly add one. What do we call you in here? Oh, right. Not current data. Editable. You are current data. Connections. Add. Not a connection data form. Just a connection data, right? An empty one? I think. And this might need a set state. It does need a set state. No? Connection forms. Oh, it's driven off of map state. Okay, so that's fine. We would just do... Oop, not capitalized. Map state, connections add, a connection data. Boop. Empty connection. Except for we don't have the ability to set origin and destination. So we would have to do a like a pop-up here, which is what we did before, or something to say, hey, now you need to, okay, my camera decided to freak out now. To say you need to select me a destination. So we could do that. Let me fix my camera. Because today it has decided to be a jerk. And then freeze. You absolute jerk face. There. Behave. Okay, so we could do that. But then we need... We don't have the ability like we did before to do an on-click listener for these guys that we can pass around very easily. Like, it would be a lot of wiring up, right? It's not the end of the world. We could make this... Oops. We could make this editable in the form. We do need to do that eventually, because we do support the idea, we just haven't exercised it yet, of connecting to rooms you're not adjacent to. So we can just say, hey, specify me a location, boundary check it against the map, and be good, right? We're going to kick this down the road too, until we get there. That's going to be part of the work we do for connecting to maps that are layered, right? To separate maps. That's when we're going to really start exercising this sort of thing. And we need to also have some sort of an ability to display that in the UI. Right now, this is just a static tile, right? That just says the location. And we have our connection tiles, but how do we display? Probably a little icon needs to go in here or something, right? But that icon needs to be clickable. It becomes a thing. Not insurmountable by any means, but it will be some work. And I don't want to get bogged down. That's my main objective to avoid right now. And in fact, this might be the end of the refactor push because of that. No, we need to save. We need to save and load. That'll be the end of the or the rewrite, basically, for this feature parity-ish, right? Things are a little bit different, but we're really, really close. And for connections, we just get you out of there. Oh, you don't exist yet, right? I'd have to wire all that up. That's fine. I'm not worried about it yet. We can leave this in here for the future. But like if we didn't have connections here, we have the ability to add them here. They're already pre-populated where they go. You can expand them. We might rethink that UI a little bit to make it to make it easier to understand. We might do something like this where we got 2 lines in here and do like an arrow or something. We could put the icon first and then 2 lines or something. All of those would be super valid, I think. But beverage time. The ability exists is what I'm basically getting down to. We can put them in there, which is arguably nicer to do anyway. So let's leave the option in this form field widget. We'll take that out of there. Make sure, yes. An add item icon slash callback in sidebar form fields. That's well and good. Quite happy with that. Yeah. So we need to we need to also check out and see if we can fix this pretty terrible drag performance, and I think it has to do with caching all these widgets. Let's take a look at that really quick before we dive into the loading and saving bit. Because we need like a reset for now until we add like an undo. We need a reset, and we need to be able to actually save the data. Because right now this doesn't do anything. It doesn't write data yet. We have all the pieces in place, I believe. Just need to do it. But yeah, I need to look at the doc for whatever the heck we called you. App Pain. And by we, I mean the people that wrote you. That's the menu bar. Table view. Nope, that's table class. Data table class. Two-dimensional scroll view class. That's the actual... We want to look in the package. Here you are. That's that. Maybe it wasn't in here. Was it in the GitHub repo, or was it just something I saw along this way? Infinite, we don't want that. Built lazily. Thought there was a... pinned row count. What is pinned row count? Cache extent. That's what you were. Oop. Cache extent. As an area before and after the visible area to cache items are about to become visible when the user scrolls. How many pixels? Ooh. What if I do that? Is that gonna like make everything die? Maybe. Maybe it's not you. Maybe it's something else that... that also might just be the default. No, it's nullable. Well, I guess we don't know. if I did something absurd here, 10,000 pixels. Performance is still butts. But then again, I just realized that maybe I need to rebuild that. Like, it's a complicated widget, but it might have been a little bit better. It could also be my widget. Stop freaking out. Are you any better? It could also just be that my laptop is not a beast. Let's see here. We can eliminate my widget, which is probably my widget, right? By temporarily taking the split view out of it and just doing a map pane with my map controller. So we won't have any buttons and things, but it's a little bit better. It's still not super awesome as compared to something like, you know, yeah, it's still it's eh. Can we maybe that won't be const because of that. But tile data can be. It'll just get rebuilt when we add stuff to it, right? We might be able to just kind of help flutter out a little bit here and get some improved performance. It might already be just a tiny bit better. Not a massive amount, tiny bit. You that doesn't change. Why can't I do that? Oh, because you're... No. Container is a constant structure. Okay, interesting. Are you const? No, because I give you a thing. You don't be known at compile time. Because this is late. Why would that be late? Because we don't have a context here. But I guess we do use it in multiple places. What I really should do is see if there's any profiling tools in Flutter. There's a widget rebuild profiler, it says. Where at? Maybe in here? What? Oh, because you're not running. Jank, slow frame. Well, precompiled. Okay, so shaders aren't precompiled. Interesting. Okay. Let's see here. This is debug mode, so, you know, yeah. Maybe that's part of our problem, actually. We can kind of do a little bit of... Let's clear you. So we got a lot of map pane rebuilds, but I would expect that. Because they're getting moved, right? Let's see. Mostly just the UI stuff happening, which makes sense. There's a lot of UI stuff happening, right? It's a complicated widget. But in general, there's only some spikes happening. And I wonder... let's go ahead and stop that. I wonder what happens if we do it in... where did you go? Shader compilation. Run in profile mode. This is for VS Code. Run Flutter, run main.dart in profile mode, menu item. Run profile. I can't do that. Why not? Here we go, profile mode. BLD. Sure, that'll take a second. It's never been done before. The shaders and all that. Hopefully. There we go. Oh yeah, it's way better. Okay, so it's debug mode that's slowing me down. Like, there's a little bit of, you know, judder there, but it's like 1,000,001 times better. Okay, I'm not going to worry about it then. Good to know. And then you should be back to debug mode here. Debug, yeah, okay, perfect. Alrighty, so we can live with that for debug. Let's see here. We need to get resetting and selecting and all that good stuff working. Let's start with resetting. I'm just going to take that out. I don't think it's going to do a whole heck of a lot for us either way. We'll worry about it later. When we do our map pane, that's where we put our controls at. We're going to want, in our top bar here, we have a save, which doesn't do anything right meow. We need another button for you. Reset. I also want... I have map state in here, right? Yes. There's our reset button. I want an indicator that we have unsaved changes. And I want it to only fire when we have things that are actually applied to the map. That's probably going to be in map state. Up here, it's a column with an expanded. If we put... Oh, you're all in the column. Oh, right. Okay. If we gave you a little bit of space, that's not bad. We have some kind of padding on the bottom. We have a sized box. That gives us a little bit more room for that. We could also do... Let's see. In the center, instead of that, oop, accidentally did that. Don't want that. We want you to still be there. if we do that... Oh, but you have your... You have a box decoration around you. You're the whole thing. Why did I do that? What if you're just a row? Oh, except for you need to be... I'm not 100% certain why I did this. Could have been a noob skill issue. If I was to put a row in here that had some children, we could put a container around you. You could have this decoration on you, right? In theory. Okay. So that keeps our box up top. Nice little outline. This... Actually, we probably want to be a column. I don't think we even need a row for this, come to think of it. We want... this to be cross-axis aligned in the center. We would want our text to be in here. Okay. Ooh. I would need you to expand as well. And I don't think this... I can't do this because it's going to tell me invalid parent widget or wrong, whatever. Incorrect use of parent data widget. Yeah. Because this needs to be the child of a flex widget. So like a column, a row, etc. So we would need to take you back out of there. And do something different. Actually, hang on. If I put an expanded in here, that wouldn't work either because... Why wouldn't it work? You're supposed to say to consume space, right? I think this needs to be a row. Let's start there. just the text inside of you to start with. And then visibility column. We would need our container around this row to keep our border, right? So all of this can go away, if I'm correct, which I might not be. Oh. Yeah. Okay, so that gives us that. This gets a main axis alignment center to put you back in the center, right? You're going to be small for a second here. If we expand the container, then you consume space. We need a column here because we want them to line up top to bottom. Okay. Main axis alignment, center. Put everything in the middle. And then we expanded you. We do another expanded with another row. Except for that's going to put them like that. So either I omit this and that, and then we have an empty row, which isn't going to take up any space. But as soon as I add children here, then they consume space, right? We need to do a center on that as well so that everybody lines up. But as soon as you don't exist, gotta save, open again. It has not updated. If I bring you back, I can't show it and look at it. It does move it a little bit. We could do see your column. If we did I just don't want a wiggly UI. If we did another column here that was expanded, that'd push that down, but then it'd be slightly less than half. We'd have to mess around. It would suck. The other thing we could do, we could keep this the way it is. We wouldn't need the row in that case. We can just put this inside the column. Get an extra one in there somewhere. It wouldn't be a column though. It would be a row. Which is fine. And we could do inside of our menu bar. So we got an expanded, we got a container, we've made the same color. This has the second menu bar. Why did we do that? We should be able to put this inside of an expanded. That's a scroll. That's for that. That's fine. This container should be able to go inside of there. That'll give us a full row. We shouldn't need you. Wait, no, yeah, we would need you. We wouldn't need it expanded here, though, because the child size should take care of that, I think. Yes, good. And then our buttons here, inside of the row, we put you in here as well. You all go over there, which is fine for a second. Space between gives us exactly what we had before, but with less jankiness. Then in here, you go in the middle. Okay. Perfect. But instead of placeholder, we say we need to put in just a, hang on. Map state. We default you to false. And then so there, that disappears. And if it's changed, well, it should appear, but it's not updating. There it is. So that we can style you really quick here. So we could put you in the middle. We would want to do style, text, style, color, theme of context, color scheme, error. You don't line up with that if we do that, though, which is mildly infuriating. We could put you inside of this other menu bar. Because the children is just a widget, so we could do that. And that would kind of group you with the save buttons. There you go. We need to put you in the center then, I think. There it is. No? Text. There we go. Probably give you padding symmetric is fine. Horizontal 20. Issues found. What issues? Padding center. Oh, there we go. Could do that. Would be a thing. Puts it right next to these buttons. Why do you... Must just be part of the menu bar thing. I don't hate that. And then we just need to make this a thing. Quinn. When we delete... What did I call you? App changed. So when we save or delete... So we come in here and we say, blur, apply, unsaved changes appears. We would have to... It's a little bit naive of an implementation because if I don't save or if I reset, well, I can't reset from there actually because delete forbids it. I could do... So if I do that, mop, unsaved. If I put you back, then you're still showing... I could do... like a hash? What if... What if we didn't have that? What are you? If we do this, and I say... that... just an object. Oh, it's an int. And then when I map hash code is not equal to map hash, or I could just say actually that'd be backwards, because if it's not equal, then that map has changed. So I could do that. Is that valid? We have to reset you if we save, but that might be okay. Let's give it a shot and see. So if I come in here, change a thing, unsave changes, that's changed. Or it's still, this would have to be after. Restart that. I'm not sure this is a reliable way. Okay. can print you. This should reset that. So we should see nothing has changed. Why did that happen? I think I would need to override this to make that work. Which isn't the end of the world. I'm a little confused as to why it's not printing out, but it's still changed. Save tile changes. We notify listeners after this. We notify listeners by virtue of resetting selected tile. So it shouldn't be that. Okay, that's correct. It shouldn't be firing right there. I would probably need to in the map. I would need to do it here, actually, in the controller. There is a way. We did this for connection data. I think. Object hash does all of these. So we could maybe, let's see here, get hash code. Wow, I can't type. Object hash. just the map, but expand it. No? I could do map to list. No? Oh. You can't do that, though. Would this... I don't care about that. I don't want to override double equal yet. Well, no, because this is what we were doing before. We were just doing it directly, so that wouldn't work. And I suspect it's because these are objects. Maybe they don't... We would have to... We would have to implement this on room datas as well, which is fine. We could do that. But I don't know that they would correctly cast, or if they would just end up being things, you know? Just IDs, object IDs, because they're not specified as a type inside of here. So we might just go with like the simple. Just because of the way things work, right? And we can just do that. We don't even need to check it. In theory. Well... Theoretically. Why did you add that? Crazy thing. The same block here. It's a naive implementation, but it gives us something, right? That's how the old one worked too. So that'll work. And that'll work. And that'll work. And that'll work. As expected. Yeah, we're just going to go with that for now. Later we may rethink it. Let's just see if we hate it or not. We don't need this anymore. We don't need this anymore. We're just going to keep it simple for now. Oh yeah, because we changed the bar as well. Add a, or the, simplify the top of the map widget, add a warning for unsaved changes, add a naive saved changes flag /setter. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. I heard that one go off. Why didn't I hear the other one? Okay. Ah, my camera decided to go blurry. Cool. Cool. It's been a day, I tell ya. Let's fix you. Okay. Now, we need these save and reset buttons to do things and stuff. You know how to load. You don't control that, though. Let's see. We're done with these for now. So we got a couple things to tidy up before we're done with this chunk of work, right? We need to prevent you from trying to delete a null room. And I think I have a thing for that, but do I want to? Yeah, we want to do the reset first. All right, just trying to think about everything in order of operations. Map editor. It's in the map pane that we do the loading right now. That's probably fine. Except for it doesn't put it in reach of... Well, actually, yeah, no, that's fine. We just need to have... We need to basically reload whatever we're doing here. Let's put you in here as a string. We don't need the controllers to change. That's fine. These are all fine. I don't even need that. I just needed you to be a string. For now, you can just be hard-coded the same way you were, right? So we get you in there, and then this calls, or this call rather, uses map path. And then in our reset button, on click, I have map state, right? Or I don't even need a map state. I got map controller. Ooh, except for... Is that going to break my map state? Reset on pressed. We probably need to set state here for sure. So if I do that, and I go, blah, blah, make a change here, into one, reset. I think I need to rebuild that so the button gets its new data. Again, with the changes, okay. It does break my state. Oh, no, it's good. This just doesn't get... Okay. So I got to figure out how I want to wire that up. Basically. Do I want to add it into... here or not? I need to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. My camera's blurry again. You jerk. All right. And it's fixed itself. Good. I also cleaned the lens a little bit. I wonder if there's anything on there that might have been goobered. The other thing is, if I do that, it doesn't reset that, because it doesn't reset the selected tile. I think this needs to be set in the state using the controller, map state controller, which is fine. So this we would just need, let's take you out of here for now. We built this before we had the provider in, right? So there are some things that have changed since then. And that's all well and good. I think, let's roll these back really quick. We do need that still. We need that still. I think this just comes out. Let's put our comments back there. If we take this out, right, and instead of doing this toggle based on widget map controller map, map state, map controller map, right? We could also bring could just put the map data inside of here. Let's leave it in that right there for just 1 second. Everything should still work except for we didn't actually load it yet. We need to put this into the map state. We can do it as part of our constructor. I thought we could. Why can't I do that? I can't override on a knit here. Okay. That's okay. Let's just wire it up closer to where it should be, right? Oop, notify listeners, right? Okay, perfect. You would no longer need a map controller at all. Everything lives in state now. Except for you don't. Can I put these inside of build and have them just set up whenever we rebuild? No. Is anybody using these? Change Zoom uses these. Okay. And also this uses the size from there. That's okay. We can do that. You would need... We can pull you out of state if we pass you in. Oh, except for... that becomes a problem. We could... Okay. What if we walk this back? Instead of a map controller... Except for then, map is just a list of objects in map controller. So... map controller kind of is the map, right? We could go back to that, though. How do I want to wire this up, then? If I do it that way... I could do like a placeholder here, but then we don't have this. So I'm not sure how I want to do that yet. Because this guy has to be that. We could put the state into the state of the widget, but I don't like doing that. It kind of sucks. I'll have to think about that a little bit. But I've been going for like over 4 hours now, and I'm hungry for lunch. So I'm going to call it here for today, I think. But thanks for hanging out with me. It was cool to meet those of you who are new. No, my camera's gone blurry again. Ugh. Anyway, it's good to meet those of you who are new. Good to see those of you who are return viewers. If you like this kind of nonsense, I do it roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Monday and starting on Friday and ending today, Monday. So if you want to come hang out again, I'd love to see you. Come back around Friday at about 10 a.m. Central. I'll be here doing it again. And if not, you guys have yourselves a great week anyway, and I will catch you some other time down the road.